Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Summoning of the Dark Mark. Let's start the story with the haunting symbol that once struck terror into the hearts of the wizarding world, the Dark Mark. Picture yourself walking through a quiet countryside village on a summer evening. The air is still warm from the day's heat, crickets chirp in the tall grass, and the first stars begin to appear in the darkening sky. Suddenly, a terrible scream pierces the night. Looking up, you see it, a colossal skull composed of emerald stars hovering in the sky, with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue. The Dark Mark has been summoned. In the days of Lord Voldemort's power, this ghastly symbol appeared above locations where Death Eaters had committed murder. Its appearance was not merely an announcement of death, but a declaration of Voldemort's power, a signature left at the scene to instill fear and claim responsibility. The origins of the Dark Mark trace back to the early days of Tom Riddle's transformation into Lord Voldemort. As he gathered his first followers, those who would later be known as Death Eaters, he sought a way to bind them to him, to mark them as his own. Thus, the Dark Mark was created, branded onto the left forearm of each Death Eater, serving as both a sign of loyalty and a means of communication. The summoning of the Dark Mark required a specific incantation, Morse Mortar. This spell, known only to Voldemort's inner circle, would conjure the skull and serpent high into the sky, visible for miles around. The word itself carries meaning. Mors from Latin meaning death, and mortar, reminiscent of the French word for to bite, death that bites. A fitting description for the terror that followed wherever the mark appeared. Imagine the weight of dark magic required to cast such a spell. The incantation spoken with malicious intent, the wand movements precise and determined. As the spell leaves the caster's wand, it erupts like toxic smoke, swirling and expanding, forming the unmistakable shape against the night sky. Its eerie green glow bathes the surroundings, turning familiar landscapes into alien, threatening territories. The first recorded public appearance of the Dark Mark occurred in the early 1970s, as Voldemort's power began to rise. Ministry officials would arrive at scenes of devastation, homes destroyed, families murdered, and find the mark floating above, mocking their inability to prevent such atrocities. For years, wizarding communities lived in terror of looking up to find that sinister constellation hovering over their homes. The psychological impact of the Dark Mark cannot be overstated. More than just a symbol, it became a weapon of fear. Imagine living in those dark times when the simple act of looking at the night sky could turn into a moment of horror. Many wizards and witches developed the habit of checking the sky above their homes before entering, fearful of what they might find. Others installed magical alarms that would alert them if the mark appeared nearby. Perhaps the most infamous summoning of the Dark Mark in recent memory occurred at the Quidditch World Cup in 1994. After the match between Ireland and Bulgaria, while celebrations still filled the air, the mark was cast into the sky, causing widespread panic. This incident was particularly significant as it happened during a time when Voldemort was believed to be powerless, a ghost of the past. The appearance of the mark served as a chilling reminder that dark forces still lurked in the shadows, waiting for their moment to return. Consider the house elf Winky, found at the scene with a wand that had been used to cast the mark. Though innocent of intentionally casting the spell, Her presence highlighted how the dark mark could touch even the most unexpected lives. The aftermath saw her dismissed from service to the Crouch family, her life forever altered by proximity to this sinister magic. The Ministry of Magic developed special task forces dedicated to responding to dark mark sightings. These brave witches and wizards would apparate directly to locations where the mark had been spotted, often arriving at scenes of terrible tragedy. Their work was dangerous and traumatic, yet essential in the fight against Voldemort's reign of terror. Over time, the dark mark became more than just Voldemort's calling card. It became a symbol of an ideology, a visual representation of pure blood supremacy and the willingness to commit atrocities in service to those beliefs. Even years after Voldemort's first defeat, the appearance of the mark could ignite old fears and revive painful memories. The Death Eaters themselves had a complex relationship with the mark. For some, like Bellatrix Lestrange, it was worn with twisted pride, a badge of honor signifying their loyalty to the Dark Lord. For others, like Severus Snape, it became a permanent reminder of terrible choices made in youth, a brand that could never be removed, even after turning away from Voldemort's service. In the quiet hours of reflection, one might wonder about the magical mechanics behind the dark mark. Unlike most spells that fade shortly after casting, the mark would remain visible for hours. Some magical scholars theorize that it drew power from the fear it generated, feeding on the collective terror of those who gazed upon it, allowing it to persist long after the caster had departed. The last widespread sightings of the dark mark occurred during the Battle of Hogwarts, when Death Eaters cast multiple marks over the school grounds, signaling what they believed would be their final victory. Instead, it marked their ultimate defeat, as Harry Potter triumphed over Lord Voldemort once and for all. In the years since Voldemort's fall, the summoning of the dark mark has become extremely rare, though not entirely unheard of. Occasional reports still emerge of the symbol being cast by those seeking to cause fear or to associate themselves with the dark power it represents. Each incident is thoroughly investigated by the Ministry, a reminder that eternal vigilance is the price of peace. As we sit here by the fireplace, the flames casting dancing shadows on the walls, I invite you to consider the power of symbols, how a simple image can become infused with meaning and emotion, carrying weight far beyond its visible form. The dark mark reminds us how fear can be weaponized, how terror can be used to control and subjugate. What symbol might you create to represent not fear and domination, but hope and unity? And what power might such a symbol hold in a world still healing from old wounds? Chapter 2. The Russian Winter Palace of Magic. Snow falls silently outside our window tonight, each crystal unique in its patterned journey to Earth. As you settle deeper into your armchair, let me transport you far away to a place where winter reigns eternal, where magic and history intertwine in a tapestry of breathtaking splendor. The Russian Winter Palace of Magic. Hidden from Muggle eyes in the vast wilderness of Siberia, the Russian Winter Palace of Magic stands as a testament to the ingenuity and power of Eastern European wizardry. Unlike Hogwarts, which reveals itself as a castle to those who know its secret, the Winter Palace appears to Muggle eyes as nothing more than an endless expanse of snow-covered forest. But to those with magical blood, an entirely different vision unfolds. Imagine approaching through a forest of ancient pines, their branches heavy with snow. The air grows increasingly still, and the cold intensifies, not an uncomfortable cold, but a crisp, clarifying chill that awakens the senses. As you take your final steps through the tree line, the palace reveals itself in breathtaking grandeur, a structure of such ethereal beauty that even the most eloquent poet would struggle to capture its essence. The Winter Palace was constructed in 1437, during the height of Russian magical influence in Europe. While Mughal Russia was still divided into principalities, the magical community had already formed a unified governing body, centered around this magnificent structure. The architect, Nikolai Volkov, was said to have spent 20 years planning before laying the first stone, studying both ancient Slavic magical techniques and the innovations of wizards from across Asia and the Byzantine Empire. The result of Volkov's vision stands 9 stories tall, a harmonious blend of crystal, enchanted ice, and white marble that seems to capture and transform the northern light. The central dome, reaching toward the sky like a frozen flame, is made entirely of never-melting ice, enchanted to refract sunlight into thousands of rainbows that dance across the interior chambers. Walking through the grand entrance, one passes between twin statues of the legendary Russian wizards Morosko and Vasilisa, both carved from a single massive diamond discovered in the Ural Mountains. These statues are not merely decorative. They serve as the primary guardians of the palace, animated to detect any who enter with malicious intent. Those deemed unworthy find themselves suddenly transported back to the forest, with only a vague memory of having seen something beautiful in the distance. The interior of the Winter Palace defies the expectations set by its exterior. While one might anticipate cold halls and austere chambers, the palace greets visitors with surprising warmth. Enchanted fireplaces burn eternally in every room, each flame a different color depending on the chamber's purpose. The Grand Hall, the heart of the palace, features a central fire that burns with a deep purple flame, symbolizing the unity of magical knowledge from across the world. The ceiling of this magnificent hall deserves special mention. While Hogwarts' Great Hall is enchanted to show the current sky above, the Winter Palace's Grand Hall ceiling displays the night sky as it appeared on significant dates in magical history. With a wave of the Master of Ceremonies' wand, the ceiling can shift to show the stars as they were arranged during Merlin's birth, or the celestial configuration that heralded the founding of Durmstrang Institute, or countless other momentous occasions. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of the Winter Palace is its living architecture. Unlike static Muggle buildings, or even the relatively changeable Hogwarts, the Winter Palace actively adapts to the needs of its inhabitants. Corridors extend or contract to shorten journeys for the elderly or injured, while rooms expand to accommodate unexpected gatherings or shrink to provide cozier spaces for intimate conversations. This responsive quality gives the palace an almost sentient presence, as though the building itself serves as a gracious host to all who enter its walls. The palace houses the largest magical library in Eastern Europe, containing over 2 million volumes. The Library of Ice and Fire, as it is known, occupies the entire East Wing, its shelves arranged in concentric circles around a perpetually burning white flame that represents knowledge itself. Among its most precious collections are the scrolls of Anastasia the Wise, detailing forgotten healing spells from the 9th century, and the complete works of Grigory Rasputin, whose legitimate magical talents were obscured by Muggle historical accounts. In the Western Wing lies the Hall of Elements, where the Russian Magical Council convenes. This circular chamber features 5 thrones, representing the elemental forces recognized in Russian magical theory: fire, water, earth, air, and spirit. The current council members, each a master of their respective elemental discipline, gather monthly under the leadership of the Grand Sorcerer of Russia, a position currently held by Kazimir Volkov, a formidable wizard known for his mastery of weather magic. The palace grounds extend for miles in every direction, enchanted to maintain a microclimate that supports a variety of magical flora and fauna that would otherwise be impossible in Siberia's harsh conditions. The gardens of perpetual bloom showcase plants from every corner of the magical world, many of which are used in the palace's renowned potions laboratory. Here, master potioneers work tirelessly to develop remedies for magical ailments, with special expertise in treatments for cold-related magical maladies. Near the southern boundary of the grounds stands the Celestial Observatory, a tower of pure crystal that houses the world's most powerful magical telescope. Unlike Muggle astronomical instruments, this device can see beyond physical light, detecting magical currents and disturbances across vast distances. During the darkest days of Voldemort's rise, this telescope was instrumental in tracking the spread of dark magic throughout Europe, providing early warnings that saved countless lives. Throughout its long history, the Winter Palace has weathered many threats. During Grindelwald's rise to power in the early 20th century, his forces attempted to seize the palace, recognizing its strategic importance. The battle that ensued lasted for 7 days and nights, culminating in Grindelwald's temporary retreat after the combined might of Russia's elemental masters proved too formidable even for his considerable abilities. During the height of Voldemort's power, the Winter Palace served as a sanctuary for those fleeing persecution. Its extensive protective enchantments, combined with Russia's vast wilderness, made it one of the few truly safe havens for Muggle-born witches and wizards. The palace's famous Room of Whispers, a chamber where messages can be sent telepathically across vast distances, became a vital communication hub for resistance movements across Europe. In modern times, the Winter Palace maintains its significance in the global wizarding community. It hosts the Magical Arctic Symposium every 7 years, bringing together scholars from around the world to share discoveries and innovations. The palace also serves as the training grounds for Russia's elite Aurora Corps, specialists in combating dark arts that manifest in particularly cold environments, such as ice demons and frost wraiths. Visiting the Winter Palace is a rare privilege. Unlike Hogwarts or the British Ministry of Magic, the palace does not maintain regular public hours. Invitations are extended based on merit, scholarly contributions, or diplomatic necessity. Those fortunate enough to receive such an invitation are advised to bring their warmest cloaks, even in summer, as the palace's magic resonates most strongly with those who appreciate the beauty of winter's embrace. As night deepens around our own modest fireplace, I invite you to close your eyes and imagine walking the crystalline halls of the Winter Palace, your footsteps echoing softly against marble floors, the aurora borealis visible through ice-glass windows, the whisper of ancient magic surrounding you like a gentle snowfall. What secrets might you discover if you could explore its endless rooms? And what forgotten magic awaits rediscovery in the depths of its legendary library? Chapter 3. The interior design of a wizarding tent. The gentle patter of rain against our window creates a soothing rhythm tonight, reminiscent of droplets falling on canvas stretched taut above our heads. Such sounds might bring to mind memories of camping beneath starry skies. But in the wizarding world, the experience of sheltering in a tent holds wonders that Muggles could scarcely imagine. Let us unfold the magic of wizarding tents, those remarkable dwellings that conceal vast spaces within seemingly modest exteriors. From the outside, a wizarding tent often appears utterly ordinary, perhaps even deliberately shabby or weathered to avoid drawing Muggle attention. Canvas walls, simple guy ropes securing corners to the ground, a central pole or two supporting the structure. Nothing that would cause a second glance from passing non-magical folk. This deliberate mundanity serves as the perfect disguise for the extraordinary spaces contained within. Stepping through the entrance flap of a wizarding tent is an exercise in wonder. The transition from exterior to interior creates a moment of delightful disorientation as your senses adjust to the sudden expansion of space. Where you expected cramped quarters with barely enough room to stand upright, you instead find yourself in what might well be described as a portable home, complete with separate rooms, comfortable furnishings, and all the amenities one might desire while traveling. The fundamental magic that makes these extraordinary dwellings possible is of course the extension charm, considered among the most complex spatial manipulations in magical theory. This charm creates what wizarding architects refer to as dimensional pockets, spaces that exist somewhat apart from the normal constraints of physical reality. These pockets allow the interior of an object to greatly exceed its exterior dimensions without disrupting the fabric of space around it. The earliest wizarding tents emerged in the nomadic magical communities of Central Asia during the 12th century. These pioneering designs were far simpler than modern versions, typically consisting of a single extended room with minimal furnishings. The famous wizard explorer Ning Chao documented his use of such a tent during his journey along the Silk Road, describing how local shamans had taught him to fold space like parchment to create portable dwellings that could withstand the harsh desert conditions while providing comfort within. By the 16th century, European wizards had refined these techniques considerably. The influential magical architect Elspeth McGonagall, a distant ancestor of Professor Minerva McGonagall, published her seminal work Domestic Expansions, The Theory and Practice of Extended Spaces, which established many of the principles still used in wizarding tent design today. Her innovation of layered extension, creating multiple connected dimensional pockets rather than a single expanded space, allowed for the development of tents with separate rooms and more complex internal structures. The interior layout of a standard wizarding tent typically follows certain conventions. Upon entering, one usually finds oneself in a central living area that serves as the heart of the dwelling. This space often features a comfortable seating arrangement centered around a portable magical fireplace that produces warmth without smoke, a necessity for maintaining comfort without revealing the tent's location through telltale smoke signals. The flooring in wizarding tents deserves special mention, as it rarely resembles what one might expect in a temporary shelter. Instead of bare ground or simple canvas, most magical tents feature proper wooden floors, often with luxurious rugs that add both warmth and a touch of home. Some particularly fine examples even incorporate parquet or marble flooring in formal areas, an extraordinary luxury considering the portable nature of these dwellings. Branching off from the central living space, one typically finds doorways, proper doorways with frames and often actual doors, not mere flaps of canvas, leading to separate bedrooms, bathing facilities, and cooking areas. These thresholds mark the boundaries between the different extended spaces, each one carefully calibrated to maintain stable dimensions regardless of the tent's external movement or positioning. The kitchen areas in wizarding tents range from the humble to the elaborate, depending on the owner's preferences and financial means. A basic model might feature a simple magical stove that requires no fuel, a basin with ever-fresh water produced by an Aguamenti variant charm, and modest storage cabinets. More luxurious versions might include enchanted refrigeration units, self-stirring cauldrons, and even magical dishwashing facilities that operate with a simple tap of a wand. Sleeping quarters in wizarding tents often reflect the warmth and comfort of permanent bedrooms. Four-poster beds with sumptuous hangings, wardrobes with expansion charms of their own to accommodate traveling attire, and bedside tables with enchanted lamps that adjust their brightness according to the reader's needs. All these create a sense of permanence and security that belies the temporary nature of the dwelling. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of many wizarding tents is their bathroom facilities. The challenge of plumbing in a portable structure is solved through clever magical engineering. Water is typically conjured fresh as needed, while vanishing spells discreetly handle waste disposal. More sophisticated models even feature full bathing tubs with enchanted taps offering various magical bubble baths and therapeutic waters, a luxury particularly appreciated by wizards camping in remote locations for extended periods. The decoration of wizarding tent interiors varies widely according to the owner's taste and cultural background. Many older wizarding families maintain tents decorated in traditional styles, with ancestral portraits temporarily relocated from manor walls to canvas ones, family heirlooms displayed on side tables, and generations-old magical carpets covering the floors. Others embrace a more eclectic approach, collecting interesting artifacts and decorative elements from their travels to create unique, personalized spaces. Lighting within magical tents is typically provided by enchanted sources that require no fuel or electricity. Floating orbs of gentle illumination, candles that burn without heat or wax drippings, and lanterns filled with captured moonlight or bottled firefly essence create ambient lighting that can be adjusted with a wave of a wand. Some luxury models even feature charmed windows that, despite having no exterior counterpart, nevertheless show pleasant views, perhaps a mountain landscape or seaside vista, that change with the time of day. The interior climate of a wizarding tent remains comfortable regardless of external weather conditions. Temperature regulation charms maintain pleasant warmth in winter and refreshing coolness in summer. More advanced models include atmospheric enchantments that can recreate specific climates on demand, perhaps a Mediterranean breeze or the crispness of mountain air, for the occupant's comfort and pleasure. Storage space, often at a premium in Muggle camping situations, is abundant in wizarding tents. Hidden compartments, magically expanded cupboards, and trunks with multiple compartments ensure that everything from spare wands to potion ingredients can be neatly organized and easily accessible. Some particularly ingenious designs include library spaces with expanding bookshelves, allowing traveling scholars to bring extensive reference materials on their journeys. The acoustics of wizarding tents present another fascinating aspect of their design. Despite the thin canvas walls, the interior spaces remain remarkably soundproof, providing privacy both from the outside world and between separate rooms within the tent. Some models incorporate enchantments that allow the occupant to choose ambient sounds, perhaps the gentle crackle of a forest at night, or the soothing rhythm of ocean waves, to enhance relaxation. The most luxurious wizarding tents, like those seen at the Quidditch World Cup, represent the pinnacle of magical interior design. The tent used by the Malfoy family reportedly featured marble columns, peacock feather wallpaper that changed colors according to the time of day, and fountains of enchanted water that played musical tunes when activated. In contrast, the tent borrowed by the Weasleys from Perkins at the Ministry, while spacious and functional, showed signs of age and wore its history in its slightly musty smell and dated furnishings. The maintenance of these remarkable dwellings requires specialized knowledge. The stability of extended spaces can degrade over time, leading to peculiar spatial anomalies if not properly maintained. Professional tent restoration specialists use complex diagnostic spells to identify weakening extension charms and reinforce dimensional boundaries. Many old wizarding families have their tents serviced annually to ensure they remain in prime condition for generations of use. In times of crisis, wizarding tents have served purposes beyond mere accommodation. During both wizarding wars, they provided crucial safe houses for those fleeing persecution. Enchanted with additional protective spells, and often made unplottable, these tents allowed displaced magical families to maintain some semblance of normal life while in hiding. The tent used by Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley during their hunt for Horcruxes stands as perhaps the most famous example of a wizarding tent serving as a mobile headquarters during dangerous times. As our fire burns low, and the rain continues its gentle percussion against our window, consider the comfort of these magical dwellings, homes that can be folded away into a rucksack, carrying not just shelter, but the essence of hearth and home wherever the journey leads. There is something profoundly reassuring about the wizarding tent, representing as it does the magical community's ingenious solution to the universal need for shelter and the deeply human desire to create spaces of belonging, even in the most transient of circumstances. What would your ideal wizarding tent contain, and what distant landscapes might you wake to find outside its entrance flap, if you could carry your home upon your back like a magical snail? Chapter 4. The Tradition of the Christmas Feast. As the embers in our fireplace cast a warm glow across the room and shadows dance upon the walls, let us turn our thoughts to a time of year when Hogwarts Castle is transformed by the magic of celebration, the wondrous tradition of the Christmas feast. Nowhere in the wizarding world is this holiday observed with quite the same splendor as within those ancient stone walls, where centuries of magical tradition blend with the universal joy of midwinter revelry. The origins of the Hogwarts Christmas feast can be traced back to the very founding of the school. Historical records from the early days of Hogwarts suggest that Helga Hufflepuff, always concerned with the welfare and happiness of her students, insisted that those unable to return home for the winter holiday should be provided with a celebration so magnificent that they would not feel the absence of family too keenly. Godric Gryffindor heartily agreed, suggesting competitions and entertainment, while Rowena Ravenclaw designed enchantments specifically for the occasion. Even Salazar Slytherin, often at odds with his fellow founders, contributed to the tradition by establishing that the feast should showcase the finest magical culinary arts as a demonstration of wizarding excellence. In the weeks leading up to the Christmas holiday, the castle begins its transformation. The preparations begin in earnest after the conclusion of autumn term exams, when Professor Flitwick traditionally leads his most talented charm students in decorating the Great Hall. Imagine, if you will, the gentle professor balanced precariously atop a ladder, his wand orchestrating the placement of ornaments too delicate for hands to touch. Crystal icicles that never melt, enchanted baubles that softly hum carols when approached, and gossamer strands of magical tinsel that shimmer with their own inner light. The 12 traditional Christmas trees arrive approximately 2 weeks before the feast day, personally selected and delivered by Rubeus Hagrid from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. These are no ordinary evergreens, but rather specimens that have grown in soil rich with centuries of ambient magic. Their branches seem more vibrant, their scent more intense, and they possess a remarkable ability to retain their needles indefinitely without drying. Once positioned throughout the Great Hall, these magnificent trees become canvases for further decorative enchantments. Golden bubbles that float gently between branches, miniature fairies that serve as living lights, and delicate ornaments that transform into different shapes when viewed from various angles. The ceiling of the Great Hall, already enchanted to reflect the sky above, takes on special significance during the Christmas season. If snow falls outside, it appears to descend from the ceiling as well, though these magical snowflakes dissolve into nothing before reaching the heads of diners below. On clear nights, the stars seem to shine with particular brilliance, and ancient astronomical enchantments cause certain constellations to subtly highlight themselves in silver, tracing the shapes of mythical creatures associated with midwinter tales. As the day of the feast approaches, the castle's suits of armor are enchanted to sing carols when anyone passes by. These metallic choristers often forget lyrics or compete with one another for the most impressive vocal performance, creating an atmosphere of charming discord throughout the corridors. Some particularly mischievous students have been known to teach the armor's altered lyrics or inappropriate verses, much to the consternation of Mr. Filch, who must then persuade Professor Flitwick to reset the enchantments. The morning of Christmas Day at Hogwarts begins with the exchange of gifts, a quiet prelude to the grand celebration to come. Students remaining at the castle awaken to find presents piled at the foot of their beds, delivered overnight by house elves, who take particular delight in this task. The common rooms, each decorated according to house traditions, provide cozy gathering places where sleepy students in dressing gowns compare their treasures and enjoy hot chocolate that never seems to grow cold, no matter how long the conversations stretch. By midday, the anticipation for the evening feast has grown palpable throughout the castle. The scent of roasting meats, baking pastries, and simmering sauces begins to waft from the kitchens below, where house elves work in a carefully choreographed frenzy of culinary magic. Contrary to Muggle cooking, wizarding cuisine often incorporates charms directly into the preparation, spices that adjust their intensity to each diner's preference, gravies that maintain perfect temperature throughout the meal, and pastries that somehow manage to be simultaneously light as air and satisfyingly rich. The traditional timing of the Hogwarts Christmas feast is early evening, as the winter sun sets and the enchanted candles throughout the Great Hall illuminate automatically. Unlike the regular term meals, where students sit strictly according to house divisions, the Christmas feast sees a transformation of the dining arrangement. The 4 long house tables are replaced by a single table, symbolizing the unity of those who remain at the castle during the holiday. This practice dates back to a particularly harsh winter in 1738, when heavy snows prevented all but 7 students from returning home. Headmistress Eupraxia Mole decided it would be absurd for so few to maintain house separations, and the tradition of the single table has persisted ever since. The arrival of the feast itself is a moment of genuine wonder, even for those accustomed to the magical appearance of Hogwarts meals. Golden platters materialize, laden with traditional favorites, roast turkeys so perfectly browned, they seem to glow from within, boats of gravy that replenish themselves when nearly empty, mountains of roast and mashed potatoes, tureens of buttered peas, carrots glazed with honey, and sprouts that even the most vegetable-averse students find mysteriously appealing. At strategic intervals along the table, wizarding crackers wait to be pulled, not the modest paper affairs familiar to muggles, but elaborate magical devices that produce impressive bangs, gifts of surprising value, and spectacular effects when their ends are tugged. The centerpiece of the feast, historically speaking, is the enchanted plum pudding. According to Hogwarts, a history, this tradition began in 1631, when potions master Lebatius Borage accidentally introduced a swelling solution into the Christmas pudding mixture. Rather than causing a culinary disaster, the interaction with the pudding's other ingredients, including imported Wiggentree berries and a dash of fire whiskey, created a dessert that briefly allowed diners to experience visions of their happiest Christmas memories while eating. The recipe has been refined over centuries, and while the modern version no longer produces such intense magical effects, students often report a distinct sense of nostalgic warmth upon consuming it. The beverages served at the Christmas feast deserve special mention. For the students, bottomless pitchers provide pumpkin juice, hot chocolate, and an ancient recipe for mulled cider that supposedly originated in Godric Gryffindor's family kitchen. The staff, meanwhile, enjoy a more potent traditional concoction, bewitched mead, that adjusts its flavor to match perfectly with whatever food it accompanies. Headmaster Dumbledore was particularly fond of this beverage, often raising a toast with a goblet of mead that sparkled with tiny embedded lights like liquid starlight. Entertainment during the feast varies from year to year, but certain elements remain constant. The Hogwarts ghosts traditionally perform a formation gliding demonstration, sweeping through the solid table in carefully rehearsed patterns, before concluding with nearly headless Nick's reenactment of his botched beheading, a spectacle that somehow becomes an accepted part of the Christmas festivities, despite its grim nature. In some years, Professor Flitwick arranges for enchanted instruments to provide background music, while in others, talented students are encouraged to perform. The conclusion of the feast does not mark the end of the celebration, as the magnificent meal fades from the tables, leaving them gleaming as though never used. The single long table is typically vanished to create space for informal socializing. It is during these evening hours that some of the most cherished Hogwarts Christmas traditions unfold: impromptu snowball fights in the Great Hall, with snow conjured by older students or obliging professors, games of exploding snap played for seasonal treats, and the reading of wizarding Christmas stories beside roaring fires. For many students who remain at Hogwarts during the holiday, these Christmas feasts become among their most treasured memories of school life. Harry Potter himself experienced his first true Christmas celebration at Hogwarts, discovering there a sense of belonging and joy that had been absent from his early life with the Dursleys. The contrast between the cold neglect of Privet Drive and the warm inclusion of the Hogwarts Christmas feast represented everything that the magical world offered him: community, wonder, and a place to call home. In years following the Second Wizarding War, the Hogwarts Christmas feast took on additional significance as a time of remembrance as well as celebration. Small golden stars bearing the names of those lost in the conflict were added to the Christmas trees, creating a subtle memorial that honored sacrifice while affirming the continued vibrancy of life within the castle walls. This addition, suggested by Professor McGonagall during her tenure as headmistress, reminds students that the peace and joy they experienced during the feast was preserved through the courage of those who came before them. As we sit here in the gentle firelight, contemplating these scenes of magical Yuletide celebration, perhaps we might reflect on what draws us to such traditions. Is it merely the spectacle and enchantment, or something deeper, the universal human desire to create light and warmth in the darkest season, to strengthen bonds of community when nature itself seems most forbidding? What forgotten Christmas tradition from your own life might you revive and share? creating your own small magic in a world that sometimes seems to have forgotten the power of simple celebration. Chapter 5. The Venom of Nagini. The shadows lengthen across our room as night deepens, casting mysterious shapes upon the walls, not unlike the sinuous form of a serpent slithering through tall grass. Let us turn our attention to one of the most fearsome creatures in the wizarding world, a being whose very venom carried the essence of dark magic. Nagini, Lord Voldemort's faithful serpent companion. Unlike ordinary snakes, Nagini possessed venom of extraordinary and terrible power. To understand the unique properties of this venom, we must first understand Nagini herself, for she was no common reptile, but a maledictus, a woman cursed to eventually transform permanently into a beast. This tragic origin infused her venom with properties not found in natural serpents, creating a substance that blurred the boundaries between poison, dark magic, and living curse. Nagini's venom appeared thick and green, glowing with a faint phosphorescence when exposed to moonlight. Those unfortunate few who witnessed it described a viscous substance more akin to liquid emerald than typical snake venom. The scent, according to ministry records from examinations of victims, carried notes of decaying herbs and bitter almonds, the latter being a telltale sign of certain magical poisons that work by disrupting the connection between body and soul. The primary effect of Nagini's venom upon a victim was a rapid spread of magical necrosis, tissue death, that resisted healing by both conventional medicine and standard magical remedies. When Arthur Weasley was attacked while guarding the Department of Mysteries, the healers at St. Mungo's were initially baffled by his wounds, which continued to bleed despite their best efforts to close them. The venom appeared to prevent normal clotting and tissue regeneration, almost as though it carried a conscious malevolence, a desire to consume life itself. Unlike the venom of an acromantula or even a basilisk, which act primarily on physical systems, Nagini's poison operated on multiple levels simultaneously. The first and most obvious was the physical, intense pain radiating from the bite site, followed by paralysis that spread outward from the wound. This paralysis was not merely physical but affected the victim's magic as well, temporarily reducing their ability to cast spells or respond to magical treatment. The second level on which the venom operated was magical. It created interference in the victim's magical field, causing unpredictable fluctuations in any spells cast near them. Healers working on Arthur Weasley reported that even simple diagnostic charms would sometimes produce sparks, smoke, or unintended effects when performed too close to his wounds. This magical disruption made treatment exponentially more difficult, as each remedy had to be carefully calibrated to account for the venom's interference. The third and most insidious level was spiritual. Exposure to Nagini's venom created what some magical theorists have termed soul bruising, a weakening of the connection between body and spirit. In less severe cases, this manifested as nightmares, disorientation, and a lingering sense of being partially disconnected from oneself. In more serious cases, particularly with untreated bites, victims reported experiences similar to Dementor exposure, a deep cold that seemed to emanate from within, the fading of happy memories, and in the final stages, a growing acceptance of death as preferable to continued existence in such a diminished state. What made Nagini's venom particularly dangerous was its resistance to common antidotes. Even bezoars, those magical cure-alls formed in the stomachs of goats, provided only limited relief from its effects. Severus Snape, with his unparalleled knowledge of potions and dark substances, developed a specialized anti-venom during the Second Wizarding War, but the formula was complex and time-sensitive, requiring ingredients that had to be harvested during specific lunar phases. The genesis of this unique venom lay in Nagini's dual nature. As a maledictus, whose human consciousness gradually surrendered to serpent instinct, her venom carried fragments of human magical potential twisted and transformed by the dark curse that bound her. This gave the venom properties that no natural substance could possess. It retained a spark of semi-conscious direction, allowing it to adapt to counteragents and seek out vulnerability in its victims' magical defenses. Lord Voldemort's use of Nagini as both weapon and Horcrux further altered her venom's properties. The fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within the serpent infused her poison with additional malevolence. Magical analysis performed by Unspeakables in the years following the Battle of Hogwarts suggested that this combination of Maledictus curse, serpent nature, and Horcrux magic created a synergistic effect, each dark element amplifying the others to create something greater and more terrible than the sum of its parts. The Department of Mysteries maintains several hermetically sealed vials of Nagini's venom collected from victims during the Second Wizarding War. These samples are kept under the highest security protocols, as even years after collection, the venom shows signs of activity when exposed to magical stimuli. Researchers authorized to study these samples must wear protective enchantments and are limited to short exposure periods, as prolonged proximity to the venom can cause symptoms similar to mild poisoning, headaches, disorientation, and unsettling dreams. The most complete case study of Nagini's venom comes from Arthur Weasley's medical records, which he graciously donated to St. Mungo's for research purposes after his recovery. These records detail the progressive nature of the venom's effects, beginning with the physical symptoms of bleeding and pain, advancing to magical disruption, and finally manifesting in psychological effects that lingered long after the physical wounds had healed. The attending healers noted that while conventional wound-closing spells proved ineffective, a combination of blood-replenishing potions and a modified version of the Vulnera Sanentur spell allowed them to stabilize his condition until Snape's specialized antivenom could be administered. Severus Snape's anti-venom formulation remains one of the most complex potions ever documented. The base included phoenix tears, themselves an incredibly rare ingredient, combined with powdered moonstone, harvested during a lunar eclipse, essence of dittany distilled through silver, and, most controversially, a minute quantity of basilisk venom to create a counteractive resonance. This last ingredient demonstrates the principle of similia similibus curantur, like cures like, a concept more commonly associated with Muggle homeopathy, but occasionally employed in the most advanced magical remedies. The process of brewing this antivenom required precise timing and environmental conditions. According to notes found in Snape's private records after his death, the cauldron had to be kept at a temperature exactly matching that of a serpent's body. The stirring rod could only be made from the wood of a tree struck by lightning, and the entire preparation had to be kept away from direct sunlight for a lunar month. These exacting requirements explain why the antivenom could not be mass-produced, even during the height of the Second Wizarding War when Nagini posed an active threat. In the single documented case where a victim received no treatment whatsoever, an unfortunate Muggle woman whom Voldemort allowed Nagini to consume, the progression of symptoms was swift and horrific. According to the memories extracted from a Death Eater present at the scene, and later brought to trial, the venom caused full-body paralysis within seconds, followed by a visible darkening of the veins around the bite site, as though the blood itself were turning to ink. Death occurred within minutes, though whether from the venom's direct effects or from Nagini's subsequent predation remains unclear. The fate of Bathilda Bagshot provides another grim example of Nagini's capabilities, though in her case, the horror extended beyond mere venomous effects. After Bathilda's death, Nagini inhabited her corpse through a form of dark magic that magical historians believe required the serpent's venom as a preservative and animating agent. This suggests capabilities beyond simple toxicity. The venom appears to have served as a conduit for necromantic magic, preserving the appearance of life, while allowing Nagini to control the deceased's form from within. Following Voldemort's defeat and Nagini's destruction by Neville Longbottom wielding the Sword of Gryffindor, research into her venom has continued, albeit with caution. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures maintains a special subsection devoted to the study of magically enhanced venoms, with Nagini's serving as the primary case study. Their findings have proven valuable in developing treatments for other magical toxins, demonstrating how even the darkest substances can ultimately contribute to healing knowledge. Perhaps the most profound legacy of Nagini's venom lies in what it teaches us about the nature of dark magic itself. How intention and corruption can transform something natural into an instrument of profound evil. The ordinary venom of a serpent, already dangerous, became something far worse when infused with the twisted magic of a maledictus curse and a fragmented soul. It serves as a potent reminder that the darkest magic often begins with the distortion of something that exists in nature, twisted to serve purposes for which it was never intended. As our candles burn low, and the night grows deeper around us, consider how the things we nurture within ourselves, our talents, our knowledge, even our pain, can be transformed by our intentions. What potential lies dormant within you, and toward what purpose might you direct it? Unlike Nagini, bound by a curse to become something other than human, we retain the choice of what we shall become, and what mark we shall leave upon the world. Chapter 6. The Magic of the Dark Mark. The fire has burned lower now, casting our room in a gentle amber glow that dances across the walls. In this hushed atmosphere, let us delve deeper into one of the most ominous magical creations of recent wizarding history. Not merely the summoning of the dark mark that we explored earlier, but the intricate and terrible magic behind the mark itself, both as a symbol in the sky and as a brand upon the flesh of Voldemort's followers. The dark mark, as worn by Death Eaters, represents one of the most complex applications of magical binding ever documented. Unlike ordinary magical tattoos, which may move or change color but remain essentially decorative, the dark mark functioned as a multidimensional connection between Lord Voldemort and each of his followers. This connection operated on several magical principles simultaneously, combining elements of the Protean charm, sympathetic magic, and what some magical theorists have termed magical parasitism. Imagine, if you will, the moment of receiving the dark mark, a scenario pieced together from the testimony of captured Death Eaters after both wizarding wars. The recipient would kneel before Voldemort, left arm extended, often during an initiation ritual attended by other Death Eaters. Voldemort would press the tip of his wand to the forearm and cast a non-verbal incantation, one so closely guarded that even those receiving the mark did not hear it spoken. The pain was said to be excruciating, not merely the physical sensation of the mark being burned into flesh, but a deeper agony as the magic established connections to the recipient's own magical core. The appearance of the dark mark upon the skin was initially a deep, matte black, a skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue. The design itself carried magical significance beyond mere symbolism. The skull, representing death, served as an anchor point for the spell, while the serpent component acted as a conduit for communication and control. Magical scholars who have studied confiscated memories of the mark suggest that its creation involved principles similar to those used in creating Horcruxes, not the splitting of a soul, but the extension of magical will from one being to another. The physical location of the mark, the left forearm, was deliberately chosen. According to ancient magical traditions, the left side of the body is associated with receiving energy rather than projecting it. By placing the mark on the left arm, Voldemort established his followers as receivers of his will rather than equal participants in a magical exchange. The forearm itself contains major blood vessels close to the surface, allowing the magic to integrate more efficiently with the recipient's bloodstream, and by extension, their entire magical system. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of the dark mark was its function as a communication device. When Voldemort wished to summon his followers, he would touch the mark on any Death Eater's arm with his wand, causing all other marks to burn black and produce a sensation that those who experienced it described as burning ice, a cold fire that created pain without physical damage. This summoning function operated across any distance, apparently unaffected by most magical protections, suggesting that the connection established through the mark existed partially outside normal magical space. The precise magical mechanism by which this communication functioned has been the subject of considerable study by the Department of Mysteries. The leading theory suggests that the mark created what magical theoreticians call a sympathetic network, a system where identical magical signatures resonate with one another regardless of physical separation. Each dark mark was, in essence, a small fragment of the same spell, cast repeatedly but maintaining a connection to its source and to all other instances of itself. This network theory is supported by observations of the mark's behavior after Voldemort's first defeat. When he lost physical form in Godric's Hollow in 1981, all dark marks faded to a barely visible shadow, though they never disappeared completely. This suggests that the marks remained connected to Voldemort's magical essence, even when he existed in a severely weakened state. As he regained strength during the events leading to his bodily resurrection, Death Eaters reported that their marks gradually darkened, a physical manifestation of his growing power, and an early warning of his return that many chose to ignore. The dark mark's most insidious aspect may have been its permanence. Unlike conventional magical bindings, which typically can be broken through various counterspells or the death of the caster, the dark mark proved remarkably resistant to removal. Even after Voldemort's final defeat, those who bore the mark found it impossible to erase completely. While the magic no longer functioned as a communication tool, the physical mark remained as a faded scar, a permanent reminder of past allegiances that many former Death Eaters went to great lengths to conceal. Severus Snape's relationship with the Dark Mark offers particular insight into its binding properties. As a double agent, Snape was compelled to respond to Voldemort's summons while maintaining his cover, yet he also needed to resist the deeper aspects of the mark's influence. According to posthumously released memories, Snape developed occlumency techniques specifically designed to compartmentalize the mark's connection, allowing him to feel the summons without being subject to emotional manipulation through the link. This suggests that beyond its obvious functions, the mark may have served as a subtle influence on its bearer's emotional states, perhaps explaining the fanatical loyalty observed in many Death Eaters. The Dark Mark also interfaced with other magical systems created by Voldemort. Most notably, it functioned as an identifier allowing Death Eaters to pass through certain magical barriers. During the infiltration of Hogwarts that led to Albus Dumbledore's death, Death Eaters were able to bypass protective enchantments that would have stopped others. The castle's defenses apparently recognized the Dark Mark as an authorized magical signature. Similarly, certain locations used as Death Eater meeting places were enchanted to admit only those bearing the mark, creating exclusive spaces protected from Ministry detection. The magical relationship between the Dark Mark on Death Eater's arms and the mark conjured in the sky is particularly fascinating. Though visually identical and created with similar incantations, they functioned through different magical principles. The Sky Mark was essentially a specialized form of the Morse Mortar spell, complex illusion magic, combined with certain elements of sympathetic connection to the arm marks. When cast, it created a temporary magical disturbance that Death Eaters could sense through their own marks, serving as both a signal and a psychological weapon against the wider wizarding community. During the Second Wizarding War, the connection between Voldemort and his followers through the Dark Mark grew even stronger. Some captured Death Eaters claimed that Voldemort could cause varying degrees of pain through the mark as punishment for failure, or to emphasize his displeasure. Others reported moments when, during periods of particular rage, Voldemort's emotional state would bleed through the connection, causing their marks to burn and creating feelings of anger or aggression that were not entirely their own. This suggests that the connection created by the mark had the potential for emotional influence flowing in both directions, though Voldemort's superior magical power meant that such influence was primarily one-directional. The question of whether those who took the mark truly understood what they were accepting remains open to debate. Many who joined the Death Eaters, particularly younger recruits during the Second Wizarding War, likely viewed the mark as simply a symbol of membership, a magical tattoo signifying their allegiance. The full extent of the magical binding, the permanent nature of the connection, and the potential for direct control were probably not explained in advance. This raises troubling questions about informed consent in magical bindings, an issue that has led to stricter Ministry regulations in the post-war period. regarding spells that create permanent connections between wizards. In the years following Voldemort's defeat, magical researchers have studied the residual marks on incarcerated Death Eaters, hoping to better understand this complex magic and perhaps develop methods to detect similar bindings in the future. Their findings suggest that Voldemort may have incorporated elements of forgotten magic in the mark's creation, techniques dating back to ancient Egyptian binding spells used to ensure the loyalty of guardian spirits. The innovation of applying such magic to living human subjects represents a disturbing fusion of historical knowledge with modern magical theory. The case of Draco Malfoy offers a final, poignant perspective on the Dark Mark. Branded at 16 years of age, likely the youngest Death Eater to receive the mark, Malfoy's experience illustrates how the mark served as both a punishment and a privilege. Given as a response to his father's failures, yet also positioning him as Voldemort's chosen instrument at Hogwarts, Draco's mark represented the complex web of fear, honor, and obligation that characterized Voldemort's manipulation of his followers. In later interviews, Malfoy described the constant presence of the mark as a shadow that falls across every moment of joy, a tangible reminder of his darkest choices that no amount of subsequent good deeds could completely erase. As we sit here in the growing quiet of night, with our fire reduced to glowing embers, the story of the Dark Mark reminds us of magic's dual potential, its capacity for connection and communication, twisted toward control and fear. In its complex enchantment, we see reflected the fundamental magical principle that great power requires great precision of intention. The same magical techniques that allow loving families to create protective bonds or friends to maintain connections across vast distances can, in the wrong hands, forge chains of servitude that outlast even their creator. What mark would you choose to bear upon your skin if it could embody your deepest values and connect you to those who share them? And what safeguards would you insist upon before accepting such a permanent magical bond? Chapter 7. The American Congress of Magic. As night settles more deeply around our shelter, and the world outside grows quiet, let us journey across the Atlantic Ocean to discover a different approach to magical governance, one shaped by revolution, vast wilderness, and a unique blending of magical traditions. The Magical Congress of the United States of America, known to its citizens as MACOSA, pronounced Makusa, stands as one of the oldest magical governing bodies in the New World, with a history as complex and fascinating as America itself. Founded in 1693, MACOSA predates the non-magical United States government by nearly a century, a fact that often surprises those accustomed to thinking of American institutions as relatively young compared to their European counterparts. The timing of MACOSA's establishment was no coincidence, as it came in direct response to the Salem witch trials that had begun the previous year. As panic spread through colonial Massachusetts, and innocent witches and wizards faced persecution alongside unfortunate non-magical people, the need for organized protection of the magical community became desperately apparent. Imagine the scene of MACOSA's founding, 12 representatives from the major magical settlements across the colonies gathering in a secret location, their faces illuminated by wandlight as they drafted the fundamental principles that would govern American wizardry for centuries to come. Among these founders was Josiah Jackson, a formidable wizard from Virginia, who would become the first president of the Magical Congress. His contemporaries described him as a man of imposing physical presence and remarkable magical talent, particularly in defensive spells, qualities that served him well as he established the early magical law enforcement systems. The original headquarters of MACOSA was located in the Appalachian Mountains, a remote wilderness area selected for its natural magical properties and distance from non-magical settlements. Hidden within a mountain hollow and protected by complex enchantments, this first seat of government resembled a rustic lodge rather than the grand ministerial buildings of Europe, a reflection of the practical frontier spirit that characterized early American wizardry. Throughout its history, MACOSA has relocated its headquarters several times, following the general migration of the American population. From its Appalachian beginning, it moved to Baltimore, then Washington, though deliberately separate from the non-magical government, and eventually to New York City, where for many decades it occupied several hidden floors within the Woolworth Building, a towering Gothic revival structure that non-magical Americans believed merely housed offices and retail spaces. The governing structure of MACUSA differs significantly from the British Ministry of Magic, reflecting America's different political traditions. While both organizations are led by a single individual, the Minister of Magic in Britain and the President of MACUSA in America, the American system places greater emphasis on representative democracy. From the beginning, MACUSA included representatives from all magical communities in its territories, with voting procedures that, while not always perfect, generally aspired to broader participation than many European magical governments allowed. One cannot discuss MACUSA without acknowledging the profound impact of Rappaport's Law, enacted in 1790, in response to a catastrophic breach of the International Statute of Secrecy. This infamous incident, known as the Dorcas 12 Trees Affair, involved a naive witch who revealed the existence of MACUSA and Ilvermorny School to a Scourer descendant, a man from a family dedicated to exposing and eradicating magic. The resulting panic necessitated the largest mass obliviation in American magical history and left deep scars on the collective consciousness of the American wizarding community. Rappaport's Law, named for MACUSA President Emily Rappaport, established the strictest segregation between magical and non-magical communities ever seen in the wizarding world. Under this legislation, any form of friendship or marriage between wizards and no-mage, the American term for muggles, was strictly forbidden. Even casual contact was heavily regulated, and American wizards and witches were required to carry wand permits and forbidden from living in predominantly no-mage areas unless absolutely necessary for their work. The cultural impact of this enforced separation cannot be overstated. While European wizards maintained a certain distance from muggles, American wizards developed an almost entirely parallel society, with their own fashions, social customs, and even vocabulary evolving separately from those of their non-magical counterparts. This isolation fostered both a strong sense of community within American wizardry and a certain rigidity regarding magical traditions and practices. Rappaport's Law remained in effect until 1965, when changing social attitudes and practical considerations finally led to its repeal. The period following this monumental shift is often referred to as the Wizarding Renaissance in America, a time when American witches and wizards cautiously began to reconnect with aspects of no-mage culture and develop more nuanced approaches to maintaining secrecy while allowing for greater personal freedom. The organizational structure of MACUSA reflects America's vast geographical expanse. Unlike the relatively centralized British ministry, MACUSA operates through a network of regional magical authorities, each responsible for maintaining the Statute of Secrecy and providing services to local magical communities. Major cities like Chicago, New Orleans, and San Francisco maintain significant MACUSA outposts, each with distinct architectural styles and specialties, reflecting the local magical traditions. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement represents the largest division within MACUSA, with the Auror Office serving as its elite investigative and protective unit. American Aurors historically faced unique challenges compared to their European counterparts, including vast territories to patrol, diverse magical threats specific to North American environments, and the persistent problem of Scourers, descendants of corrupt wizarding bounty hunters who, after the Salem witch trials, integrated into no-mage society and passed down a hatred of magic through generations. Perhaps the most distinctive division within MACUSA is the Federal Bureau of Covert Vigilance and No-Mage Obliviation, commonly known as the Obliviation Corps. This specialized team responds to magical exposure incidents throughout the country, modifying the memories of no-mage who witness magical events and containing evidence of such occurrences. Due to America's size and population, this department employs far more obliviators than any other magical government, and has developed particularly refined memory modification techniques. The differences between Makusa and the British Ministry extend to magical education as well. While Britain concentrates its magical education at Hogwarts, America's larger geographical area necessitated multiple schools. Ilvermorny, located on Mount Greylock in Massachusetts, remains the most prestigious and well-known, but smaller regional academies serve communities across the continent. This decentralized approach allows for greater diversity in teaching methods and specializations, with some schools focusing on particular branches of magic relevant to their locations. Makusa's approach to magical creatures differs significantly from European models. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures includes specialized divisions for creatures unique to North America, such as thunderbirds, hide-behind, and pukwudgies. Conservation efforts for these indigenous magical species represent some of Makusa's most progressive policies, with extensive reserves established throughout the country's wilderness areas to protect magical ecosystems. The relationship between Makusa and Native American magical communities presents one of the most complex aspects of American magical history. While early European wizard settlers often dismissed indigenous magical practices, over time a gradual recognition of the sophisticated and powerful nature of Native American magic led to efforts at cooperation and knowledge exchange. Modern Makusa includes representatives from tribal magical communities, though tensions regarding historical injustices and cultural appropriation remain ongoing challenges. International relations have always been a priority for Makusa, with particularly strong ties to other New World magical governments in Canada, Caribbean nations, and parts of South America. The International Confederation of Wizards includes multiple representatives from the American magical community, reflecting its significant global influence. During both wizarding wars against Voldemort, Makusa provided support to the British Ministry, though it maintained a certain policy distance, mindful of avoiding direct involvement in what many American wizards viewed as primarily European conflicts. In the modern era, Makusa continues to evolve in response to changing circumstances. The advent of the Internet and global mass media has created unprecedented challenges for maintaining the statute of secrecy, leading to innovative magical approaches to information management and digital obfuscation. The Department of No-Maj Technology Monitoring employs specialists in both magical and technological fields to identify potential exposure risks and develop countermeasures, work that increasingly requires cooperation with magical governments worldwide. Recent years have seen Makusa adopting a somewhat more relaxed approach to wizard-no-maj relations, though still more conservative than many European magical governments. While marriage between wizards and no-maj is now permitted, disclosure of magical status to no-maj spouses requires extensive vetting and approval processes. Children from such unions are closely monitored to ensure appropriate magical education and secrecy compliance. The architectural marvel of Makusa's current headquarters deserves special mention. Located in a magically expanded space beneath Central Park in New York City, the complex combines elements of Art Deco grandeur with cutting-edge magical innovations. The central rotunda features a magnificent enchanted ceiling that displays major magical events occurring throughout American territories, allowing officials to monitor potential secrecy breaches in real time. The building's lower levels extend far deeper than would be physically possible without magic, housing everything from research facilities to holding cells for magical lawbreakers. As we sit here in the quiet of night, contemplating these different approaches to magical governance, we might reflect on how environment shapes institutions. The American Congress of Magic, born of revolution and wilderness, developed structures and attitudes distinct from its European predecessors, more democratic in some ways, more restrictive in others, but uniquely adapted to the particular challenges of maintaining a magical community across a vast continent of diverse peoples and traditions. What aspects of your own cultural background might shape your approach to magic if you were suddenly transported into the wizarding world, and how might those perspectives enrich the magical communities you encountered? Chapter 8. The Magic of a Portkey. The night grows deeper still, And as we sit in our quiet corner of the world, let us contemplate one of the most curious methods of magical transportation, the humble yet remarkable Portkey. Seemingly ordinary objects imbued with extraordinary power, Portkeys represent a perfect blend of magical ingenuity and practical necessity, enabling wizards to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. At its essence, a Portkey is any object enchanted to instantly transport anyone who touches it to a predetermined location. The magic involved is both elegant and complex, creating a temporary folding of space that allows travelers to bypass the conventional limitations of distance. Unlike apparition, which requires considerable skill and carries risks of splinching, or the flue network, which necessitates connected fireplaces, Portkeys provide transportation accessible to any witch or wizard regardless of their magical proficiency. The history of Portkey magic extends back to medieval times, when travel across dangerous territories posed significant challenges for the magical community. Historical records mention Gaspard Shingleton, a 13th century wizard who developed an early form of the Portkey after becoming stranded in a remote mountain region during a blizzard. His innovation, enchanting his walking staff to return him home with a specific incantation, laid the groundwork for what would eventually evolve into modern Portkey magic. The creation of a Portkey requires considerable magical skill and precision. The base spell, Portus, must be cast with clear intent, focusing simultaneously on the object being enchanted and the exact destination. The caster must maintain perfect concentration throughout the process, as any wavering of thought could result in a Portkey that delivers travelers to an unintended location, a mishap that has led to numerous documented cases of wizards appearing in surprising and occasionally embarrassing situations. The selection of objects for transformation into Portkeys follows certain practical considerations. Ideally, the chosen item should be inconspicuous enough to avoid attracting Muggle attention, yet distinctive enough that the intended users won't mistake it for ordinary rubbish. Common choices include worn-out boots, deflated sports balls, empty beverage containers, or tattered books, items that Muggles would likely ignore, but wizards would recognize as deliberately placed. In emergency situations, however, necessity often overrides subtlety, and virtually any object of sufficient size to be touched simultaneously by all intended travelers can serve the purpose. The sensation of traveling by Portkey is one that few wizards describe with fondness. The experience begins with a powerful jerking sensation behind the navel, as though an invisible hook has caught there and suddenly pulled forward with tremendous force. This initial tug gives way to a disorienting whirl of color and sound as the traveler is propelled through what magical theorists describe as a folded dimension, a temporary path created between departure and destination points. Throughout the journey, which subjectively feels much longer than its actual duration of mere seconds, travelers experience a rushing wind and the strange sensation of both weightlessness and tremendous pressure. For the uninitiated, landing from Portkey travel often results in an ungraceful tumble, as the abrupt cessation of movement catches many off guard. More experienced travelers learn to bend their knees slightly just before arrival, absorbing the impact and maintaining their footing. This technique is taught to aurors and other magical officials who frequently use Portkeys for rapid deployment situations. The legal framework surrounding Portkeys represents one of the most strictly enforced aspects of magical transportation law. In Britain, all Portkeys must be registered with and approved by the Department of Magical Transportation's Portkey Office. Unauthorized creation of Portkeys carries significant penalties, including fines and potential imprisonment for repeat offenders. These regulations were established after several notorious incidents in the 17th century, including the Great Portkey Panic of 1655, when competing merchants began creating unauthorized Portkeys to transport customers directly to their shops, resulting in numerous collisions and several cases of wizards materializing inside solid objects. The timing mechanisms of Portkeys demonstrate particular magical sophistication. Standard Portkeys activate upon touch, making them useful for individual or small group travel, but potentially dangerous if discovered by unsuspecting muggles. Time-delayed portkeys, which activate at a specific predetermined moment regardless of who might be touching them, allow for more controlled mass transportation. The complex charm work involved in creating these timed portkeys requires specialized training, typically restricted to transportation officials and certain authorized event organizers. Perhaps the most impressive demonstration of portkey logistics occurs during major wizarding events, like the Quidditch World Cup. The coordination required to transport thousands of witches and wizards from various locations to a single destination without alerting Muggle authorities represents a triumph of magical organization. For the 1994 World Cup, the Department of Magical Transportation established over 200 portkey sites across Britain, each operating on a precisely staggered schedule to prevent overcrowding at the arrival point. Travelers were assigned specific portkeys based on their geographical location, with detailed instructions regarding the exact time and location for departure. The range limitations of portkeys present interesting challenges for international magical travel. While technically possible to create a portkey for transcontinental or transoceanic journeys, the magical energy required increases exponentially with distance. For very long journeys, multiple connected portkeys are often used, with designated waypoints where travelers briefly pause before continuing to the next leg. These international portkey waypoints typically feature rest facilities, often disguised as mundane locations like abandoned service stations or remote hiking shelters, where wizards can recover from the increasingly uncomfortable effects of long-distance portkey travel. From a magical theory perspective, portkeys function through a fascinating application of space-altering magic. Unlike apparition, which essentially dematerializes and rematerializes the wizard, portkeys create what some magical scholars refer to as a spatial envelope, a protected bubble of reality that moves through a temporarily created direct path between 2 points. This explanation accounts for why portkey travel feels physically jarring. The traveler's body remains intact and experiences actual movement, albeit through a dimension not normally accessible. The enchantment process embeds precise spatial coordinates within the object's magical signature, paired with activation parameters, either touch or a specific time. Advanced portkeys may include additional security features, such as password activation or magical signature recognition, ensuring that only intended users can trigger the transportation. The Department of Mysteries reportedly maintains ongoing research into expanding these security capabilities, particularly for portkeys used in the transportation of high-value magical artifacts or high-security prisoners. Weather conditions surprisingly affect portkey efficiency, with electrical storms known to interfere with the magic's precision. During periods of intense magical atmospheric disturbance, travelers might experience a slightly longer journey or arrive a short distance from their intended destination. For this reason, the Portkey Office maintains a dedicated team of magical meteorologists who monitor conditions and adjust portkey enchantments accordingly for official transportation. The choice of object for important portkeys often carries symbolic significance. For international diplomatic visits, ceremonial portkeys might take the form of objects representing cultural exchange, perhaps a book of poetry from the visiting nation's most famous magical author, or a traditional crafted item with significance to both communities. In contrast, emergency evacuation portkeys are typically designed for instant recognition, often colored bright red, or emitting a subtle magical glow, visible only to those with magical ability. For those unable to apparate due to age, injury, or lack of training, portkeys provide an essential transportation alternative. Hogwarts regularly arranges portkeys for students requiring special travel arrangements, such as those living in remote international locations or facing unusual security concerns. These educational portkeys are typically enchanted with additional cushioning charms to make the landing process gentler for young travelers, though even these enhancements cannot entirely eliminate the characteristic discomfort of the journey. One particularly specialized use of portkey magic occurs in the field of magical medicine. St. Mungo's Hospital maintains emergency portkeys at strategic locations throughout Britain, allowing for rapid transportation of critically injured magical patients. These medical portkeys incorporate sophisticated stabilization charms that help prevent a patient's condition from worsening during transit, an innovation developed by healer Derwent Shimpling in the early 1900s, after observing that conventional portkey travel sometimes exacerbated certain magical injuries. As our fire dims to the faintest glow and shadows deepen around us, consider the wonder of these enchanted objects that connect distant places through the fabric of space itself. Portkeys remind us that in the wizarding world, distance is merely a suggestion rather than an absolute, that with sufficient knowledge and magic, even the most mundane discarded boot might become a bridge between here and elsewhere, waiting only for a touch to reveal its extraordinary purpose. What ordinary object from your daily life would you choose to transform into a portkey, and to what special place would you have it transport you when the pressures of the everyday world become too intense to bear? Chapter 9. The End-of-Year Feast. The hour grows late, and just as students at Hogwarts anticipate the conclusion of another year of magical learning, we too find ourselves drawing toward the close of another chapter in our exploration. Let us turn our attention now to one of the most cherished traditions in the Wizarding School calendar, the Hogwarts End-of-Year Feast, a celebration that marks transitions, honors achievements, and creates lasting memories for generations of young witches and wizards. As June unfolds across the Scottish Highlands, and examination parchments are finally set aside, a palpable shift occurs throughout Hogwarts Castle. The tension of testing gives way to an atmosphere of anticipation and reflection. Students pack trunks and exchange addresses for summer correspondence, while the castle itself seems to prepare for its brief period of relative quiet. Amidst this transition comes the end-of-year feast, the final gathering of the entire school before the Hogwarts Express carries students back to platform 9 3/4. The tradition of the end-of-year feast dates back to the earliest days of Hogwarts, though its format has evolved considerably over the centuries. Historical records suggest that in medieval times, the feast was primarily a practical affair, providing students with sustenance for their often lengthy journeys home by horse, cart, or more magical means. As transportation improved, and the Hogwarts Express was introduced in the 1800s, the feast transformed from a necessity into a ceremonial occasion, growing increasingly elaborate with each passing generation. The preparations for the end-of-year feast begin days in advance, with house elves in the kitchen, planning especially magnificent dishes that incorporate seasonal ingredients at their peak. Fresh berries from the edge of the Forbidden Forest, herbs from Professor Sprout's non-magical garden beds, and even honey from magical beehives kept on the castle grounds, find their way into special recipes reserved for this particular celebration. Unlike regular Hogwarts meals, which follow traditional British boarding school patterns, the end-of-year feast often features dishes representing the diverse backgrounds of the student body, a culinary reflection of the unity the occasion seeks to foster. On the afternoon of the feast, the Great Hall undergoes its annual transformation, while the enchanted ceiling continues to reflect the early summer sky outside. The rest of the hall is decorated according to the colors of the house that has won that year's House Cup. Imagine the splendor of entering to find hundreds of silk banners in emerald and silver, ruby and gold, blue and bronze, or yellow and black cascading from the rafters. The stone walls themselves seem to absorb something of these colors, creating an ambient glow that bathes everything in the victorious house's hues. The tables, polished to a higher shine than usual by the castle's diligent house elves, are set with the finest golden plates and goblets in the Hogwarts collection, centerpieces of magical flowers, blooms that slowly change color throughout the evening, or gently release shimmering pollen that disappears before reaching the food, add elegant touches to the already magical atmosphere. Crystal vases containing sprigs of flutterby bushes, their leaves trembling in excitement, alternate with floating candles enchanted to burn in the colors of all 4 houses, regardless of which has won the cup. As twilight approaches, students begin to gather, Unlike the strict dress code maintained throughout the year, the end-of-year feast traditionally allows for slightly more relaxed attire. While still in their black robes, students often add personal touches, flowers in buttonholes, special house-themed accessories, or small keepsakes from their years at Hogwarts. Seventh years, attending their final feast before entering the wider wizarding world, sometimes wear subtle symbols of their intended careers or future paths. A tiny silver cauldron pin for aspiring potioneers, or a miniature broomstick for those recruited to professional Quidditch teams. The procession of staff into the Great Hall signals the official beginning of the feast. Led by the headmaster or headmistress, the professors enter in order of seniority, wearing their finest formal robes and pointed hats. Many carry symbols of their subject areas. Professor Sprout with a corsage of rare magical plants, Professor Flitwick wearing charms that gently tinkle with harmonic notes as he walks. This formal entrance, maintained since the time of the founders, reminds students of the solemnity that underlies the celebration, a respect for the knowledge transferred and the growth achieved throughout the academic year. Once all are seated, the headmaster rises to offer opening remarks. These speeches vary tremendously depending on who holds the position. Albus Dumbledore was known for his whimsical yet profound observations, often beginning with seemingly nonsensical phrases before transitioning to deeper wisdom. Minerva McGonagall, by contrast, typically offers straightforward reflections on the year's challenges and achievements, though those who listen carefully might detect a warmth beneath her composed exterior that emerges especially on these occasions. The speech traditionally includes acknowledgement of particular accomplishments, outstanding academic achievements, significant contributions to house points, or exceptional demonstrations of the values Hogwarts seeks to instill. During troubled times, such as the years of Voldemort's return, these speeches sometimes took on a more somber tone, emphasizing unity and vigilance. In peacetime, they celebrate exploration, discovery, and the bonds formed between students from different backgrounds and houses. After the opening remarks comes the most anticipated moment of the evening, the awarding of the House Cup. The current point totals for each house, tracked meticulously throughout the year on enchanted hourglasses in the entrance hall, are announced in ascending order. The suspense builds with each revelation, until finally the winning house is declared, typically prompting an eruption of cheers from one quarter of the hall and polite applause from the remainder. The moment of the House Cup presentation involves ancient magic woven into the very foundations of Hogwarts. As the winning house is announced, the decorations throughout the Great Hall transform instantaneously. Banners unfurl from the ceiling, the enchanted lights adjust their hue, and even the flames in the great fireplace flicker momentarily into the appropriate colors. This magical transformation, impressive in its synchronicity and completeness, represents one of the most sophisticated permanent enchantments in the castle, a spell created by the founders themselves to foster healthy competition and house pride. Only after these formalities does the feast itself begin, appearing suddenly upon the golden plates, just as Hogwarts meals always do. Yet the end-of-year feast surpasses even the start-of-term banquet in its opulence and variety. Roast meats, savory pies, vegetables prepared in dozens of styles, breads still steaming from the oven, all appear simultaneously across the tables. The magic of the Hogwarts kitchens reaches its zenith, with dishes maintaining perfect temperature and freshness regardless of how long they remain on the table. Desserts at the end-of-year feast deserve special mention, as they often incorporate subtle magical elements beyond mere flavor. Ice cream that changes flavor with each spoonful, pastries that gently float a few inches above their plates, and cakes decorated with miniature scenes from the school year that actually move and interact. These represent the height of magical culinary artistry. House elves, typically hidden from student view, take particular pride in these creations, often working for weeks to perfect new enchanted recipes, specifically for this culminating celebration. Conversations during the feast weave between reflection on the year past and anticipation of the summer ahead. First years, having completed their initial journey through Hogwarts, marvel at how the intimidating castle has become a second home. Fifth years, discuss their OLL examinations with a relief that overshadows their actual concern about results. Seventh years, navigate the bittersweet reality that this represents their final meal within these ancient walls. As students, many simultaneously eager and apprehensive about the wider wizarding world awaiting them. A particularly poignant tradition occurs toward the end of the meal, when seventh-year students are invited to raise their goblets in a toast to Hogwarts itself. This moment often reveals the true impact of the school on its departing students, even those who grumbled about homework or detentions throughout their education frequently find themselves unexpectedly emotional as they acknowledge the formative role Hogwarts has played in shaping not just their magical abilities, but their characters and friendships. As the feast concludes and students begin to drift back toward their dormitories for final packing, the Great Hall retains something of the evening's magic. The enchanted ceiling, now showing early stars appearing in the summer sky, seems to mirror the feelings of the departing students, bright possibilities against the backdrop of approaching change. House elves, invisible to most eyes, wait patiently to begin their own end-of-year rituals of cleaning and preparing the castle for its summer quietude. For Harry Potter, these feasts held particular significance, marking as they did the imminent return to an unwelcoming Muggle world. The contrast between the warmth and magic of the end-of-year feast and the cold reception awaiting at Privet Drive could not have been more stark. Yet even this bittersweet transition reinforced what Hogwarts represented in his life, not merely a school, but a true home, a place of belonging whose memory would sustain him through summer's isolation. In the years following the Battle of Hogwarts, the end-of-year feast incorporated elements of memorial alongside celebration. Under Headmistress McGonagall's guidance, a moment of silence was added to remember those who fell defending the school and the wider wizarding world. This brief, solemn interlude serves as a reminder that the freedom to gather in peaceful celebration was preserved through sacrifice, a lesson as important as any taught in Hogwarts classrooms. As we sit here in our quiet room, the fire now reduced to its final embers, consider the powerful role of such traditions in marking life's passages. The end-of-year feast at Hogwarts represents more than merely a lavish meal. It creates a ritual space where achievements are honored, transitions acknowledged, and community reaffirmed before paths temporarily diverge. What milestone in your own journey would benefit from such a moment of ceremonial recognition, gathering those who have shared your path to acknowledge how far you've come before setting forth toward new horizons? Chapter 10. The Escape of Aragog. The moon has risen fully now, casting silver light through our window and creating shadow patterns that might, if one were of a nervous disposition, resemble the many-legged silhouette of an enormous spider. This seems an appropriate atmosphere to delve into the story of Aragog, the infamous acromantula, whose escape from Hogwarts Castle created ripples that would echo through wizarding history for decades to come. Our tale begins in the early 1940s, during the dark days when the Chamber of Secrets was first opened at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. But to understand Aragog's story fully, we must first step further back, to distant lands where his extraordinary species originated. Acromantulas are native to the rainforests of Southeast Asia, particularly the dense jungles of Borneo. These enormous, sentient, spider-like creatures are classified as XXXXX, the highest danger rating assigned by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. With leg spans that can reach up to 15 feet, powerful venomous pincers, and human-level intelligence, acromantulas represent one of the most formidable magical species known to wizard kind. The journey of a single acromantula egg from these distant forests to a castle in Scotland represents an extraordinary breach of international magical law. The importation of acromantula eggs has been banned by the International Confederation of Wizards since 1794, following several devastating incidents in which these creatures established colonies in populated areas. The penalties for such smuggling were then, and remain today, exceptionally severe, often resulting in lengthy sentences in Azkaban. It was into this strictly regulated context that a mysterious traveler brought an acromantula egg to Britain in the early 1940s. The identity of this individual remains unknown, lost to history, but their illegal cargo eventually found its way into the hands of a young Rubeus Hagrid. Then, a third-year student at Hogwarts, Hagrid already displayed the fascination with dangerous magical creatures that would characterize his adult life. To the 13-year-old half-giant, the strange, pulsating egg represented not a threat but a marvel, a living mystery to be nurtured and protected. Imagine young Hagrid in the castle, finding secret corners in which to keep his forbidden pet. According to his own accounts, shared many years later, he kept the egg warm in a cupboard in a rarely used dungeon, visiting daily to check on its development. When it finally hatched, a tiny 8-legged creature emerged, still small enough to fit in Hagrid's already large palm, with gleaming black eyes that reflected intelligence beyond that of an ordinary arachnid. Hagrid named him Aragog, a name whose etymology combines arachnid with gog, an Old English word, referring to something monstrous or frightening. For several months, Hagrid successfully concealed his growing pet from teachers and fellow students. He smuggled food from the kitchens to feed the rapidly expanding acromantula, and engaged in conversations with the increasingly articulate creature. Aragog later recalled these early days with surprising fondness, describing how Hagrid taught him to speak, and shared stories of the outside world that the acromantula, confined to shadowy cupboards and abandoned rooms, could only imagine. As Aragog grew larger, reaching the size of a small dog within just months of hatching, concealment became increasingly difficult. Hagrid began using disillusionment charms, learned specifically for this purpose to move his friend through the castle corridors at night to progressively larger hiding places. The bond between the unlikely pair deepened during this period of secrecy, establishing the foundation for a friendship that would endure for over 50 years. The idyllic arrangement came to an abrupt end in 1943, when the Chamber of Secrets was opened by a then unknown culprit, releasing the basilisk within. As is now well documented, the basilisk attacked several Muggle-born students, eventually resulting in the death of a girl who would later become known as Moaning Myrtle. The school, thrown into panic, sought desperately for the source of these attacks. It was at this critical juncture that Tom Riddle, then a prefect but later to become Lord Voldemort, turned suspicion toward Hagrid and his secret pet. Whether Riddle genuinely believed Aragog was responsible for the attacks, or merely seized an opportunity to frame Hagrid remains debated by magical historians. What is certain is that Riddle's accusation found ready acceptance among a school administration, desperate for resolution. The fact that acromantulas fear basilisks above all other creatures, a natural instinct that would have made Aragog the least likely creature to willingly reside in a castle with a basilisk, was either unknown or ignored in the rush to judgment. The moment of discovery, as recounted by both Hagrid and Aragog in later years, came suddenly. Riddle burst into the room where Hagrid was feeding his now substantially sized pet, wand drawn and accusations flying. According to Aragog, Riddle's voice held no fear, only cold calculation as he declared he would turn both Hagrid and the acromantula over to the authorities. Recognizing the mortal danger, Hagrid made an instant decision that demonstrated both his loyalty and quick thinking. He created a diversion that allowed Aragog to escape. The details of this pivotal escape remain somewhat murky, as both participants were understandably reluctant to discuss the specifics of what constituted a serious breach of magical law. What is known is that Hagrid somehow managed to direct Aragog toward a castle exit while himself remaining behind to face the consequences of his actions. For a third-year student to successfully enable the escape of a dangerous magical creature, while under direct observation by an exceptional wizard like Riddle, represents a remarkable achievement, one that foreshadowed Hagrid's surprising magical competence, often overlooked in later years. Aragog's journey from Hogwarts Castle to the Forbidden Forest occurred under cover of darkness. Using the instinctive ability of acromantulas to sense magic-rich environments, the young spider navigated toward the forest, a location Hagrid had often described to him as a potential sanctuary. This nighttime trek across the exposed grounds represented the greatest danger Aragog had yet faced, as any encounter with humans would likely have resulted in his immediate destruction. The Forbidden Forest, with its ancient trees and deep shadows, proved an ideal haven for the fugitive acromantula. The dense canopy provided protection from his species' few natural predators, while the rich magical ecosystem offered abundant prey. Finding a hollow among the twisted roots of an old oak deep within the forest's heart, Aragog established his first true lair, a modest beginning for what would eventually become an extensive colony. The consequences for Hagrid were severe. Though spared the full legal penalties that might have applied to an adult wizard discovered harboring an acromantula, he was nevertheless expelled from Hogwarts. His wand snapped and his magical education formally terminated. That he was permitted to remain at Hogwarts as gamekeeper's assistant was due solely to Albus Dumbledore's intervention, an act of compassion and perhaps insight that recognized Hagrid's essential good nature beneath his dangerous fascination. For several years following his escape, Aragog lived a solitary existence in the forest depths. Unlike most acromantulas, which typically live in large colonies, he had no choice but to adapt to isolation. This period of solitude shaped his character significantly, developing an independence unusual among his kind. He established a territory centered around a clearing that would later become the heart of his colony, spinning webs between the ancient trees and developing a sophisticated understanding of the forest's many inhabitants. Hagrid, despite his official disgrace, did not abandon his friend. Making regular secret journeys into the forest, he continued to visit Aragog, bringing news from the castle and occasionally special treats, particularly fresh meat during harsh winters when hunting became difficult. These visits sustained their unusual friendship and provided Aragog with his only contact with the wider world beyond the forest boundaries. The most significant development in Aragog's life came in the early 1950s, when Hagrid, by then established as Hogwarts gamekeeper, somehow acquired a second acromantula, a female he named Mosag. The exact circumstances surrounding Mosag's arrival remain one of the more mysterious aspects of this story. Given the strict regulations against acromantula trafficking, it seems unlikely that Hagrid obtained her through legitimate channels. More probable is that she came through the same shadowy network that had supplied Aragog's egg years earlier. The introduction of Mosag transformed Aragog's existence from solitary fugitive to patriarch of a growing colony. Within months of her arrival, their first clutch of eggs hatched, producing dozens of offspring that quickly began to expand through the surrounding forest area. Unlike most acromantula colonies, which typically show little restraint in their hunting and territorial expansion, chief among these was his prohibition against attacking humans, a rule he enforced with particular emphasis regarding Hagrid, whom he declared friend and therefore sacrosanct. As the colony grew over subsequent decades, reaching several hundred individuals by the 1990s, it developed a complex social structure with Aragog at its center. Unlike natural acromantula societies, which typically feature vicious competition between males, his unusual upbringing among humans, and particularly his friendship with Hagrid, had instilled concepts of loyalty and restraint that he passed to his descendants, though in increasingly diluted form. The area of the Forbidden Forest, occupied by Aragog's colony, became known to centaurs, unicorns, and other forest denizens as territory to be avoided. Even the more fearsome forest inhabitants respected the boundaries of what they called the Spider Kingdom. Within this realm, Aragog ruled from a domed web at the center of the hollow, growing ever larger as the decades passed, until he reached a truly impressive size, his leg span eventually extending to nearly 18 feet, exceptional even by acromantula standards. Aragog's exile from the wizarding world ended briefly in 1993, when circumstances forced Harry Potter and Ron Weasley to seek him out in connection with the Chamber of Secrets being reopened. This encounter revealed several important aspects of Aragog's character: his continued loyalty to Hagrid, his willingness to share critical historical information regarding his false accusation, but also the limits of his control over his descendants. After providing the information the students sought, he was unable, or perhaps unwilling, to prevent his children from attempting to devour the visitors, who escaped only through the intervention of the enchanted Ford Anglia. In his final years, Aragog suffered from an illness that gradually restricted his movement and clouded his eyesight, a common affliction among exceptionally old acromantulas. Hagrid tended to him with devoted care, bringing potions and remedies to ease his discomfort. When Aragog finally died in 1997, Hagrid's grief was profound, reflecting the depth of a friendship that had endured for over 50 years, despite beginning under such unusual circumstances. The legacy of Aragog's escape extends far beyond his own remarkable life story. His colony remains the only known established acromantula population in Britain, a fact that continues to concern the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The existence of this colony represents both a significant breach of magical law and an ongoing ecological challenge, as the natural expansion of acromantula territory would, without intervention, eventually threaten both the magical and muggle communities beyond the forest boundaries. More positively, the friendship between Hagrid and Aragog stands as a powerful testament to the possibility of connections that transcend species boundaries, a theme that would repeat throughout Hagrid's life, with creatures from Buckbeak the Hippogriff to Norbert the Dragon. This capacity for forming bonds with beings most wizards fear or dismiss demonstrates a form of emotional magic, perhaps more profound than many spells taught within Hogwarts classrooms. As the night deepens around us, and the moon casts ever longer shadows through our window, consider how often fear leads us to misunderstand the unfamiliar. The story of Aragog, frightening in appearance yet capable of friendship, loyalty, and complex emotion, invites us to look beyond surface impressions to the possibilities that lie beneath. What creature or being have you perhaps judged too quickly based on appearance or reputation, and what hidden qualities might be revealed through the courage to look deeper? Chapter 11. The Creation of Horcruxes. The fire has burned to mere embers now, and our room is bathed in shadow. Perhaps it is fitting that as the light diminishes, we turn our attention to one of the darkest aspects of magical knowledge, the creation and nature of Horcruxes. I must caution you that the subject we are about to explore represents the furthest reaches of magical transgression, a topic so forbidden that most texts referring to it have been purged from even the most comprehensive magical libraries. Horcruxes represent the most extreme perversion of natural magic, an attempt to cheat death itself through the deliberate fracturing of one's soul. The concept originated in ancient magical traditions, though the exact point of discovery has been deliberately obscured by those who recognized its terrible potential. What little scholarly information remains suggests that the practice may have emerged independently in several magical cultures, arising whenever magical experimentation ventured into the forbidden relationship between soul magic and mortality. At its essence, a Horcrux is an object in which a witch or wizard has concealed a fragment of their soul, creating an anchor that prevents complete death even if the physical body is destroyed. This description, while technically accurate, fails to convey the profound violation of magical nature that the creation process entails. Unlike most magic, which works with natural forces even when bending them to a wizard's will, Horcrux creation actively tears against the fundamental fabric of existence. The theoretical principles behind Horcruxes stem from ancient understandings of the magical soul. Traditional magical philosophy across many cultures shares the concept that a witch or wizard's soul is the source of their magical power, the conduit through which they channel the ambient magical energy of the universe. This soul is naturally whole and indivisible, maintaining its integrity even through the physical transformations of animacus magic or the spiritual challenges of encounters with dementors. To create a Horcrux, a wizard must deliberately damage this natural integrity through an act so antithetical to human nature that it creates a spiritual fracture, murder committed with full intent and without remorse. The unnatural trauma of taking another human life with premeditated malice generates the conditions under which the soul can be torn apart. This initial fracture, however, is only the beginning of the dark process. Following the act of murder, the wizard must immediately perform a specific incantation, one so terrible that even in this academic discussion, I shall not reproduce it. This spell captures the fractured portion of the soul before it can naturally heal. As souls, being magical in nature, tend to attempt recovery even from severe damage, and channels it into a prepared receptacle. This object, which can theoretically be anything, though items of personal or historical significance are typically chosen for their symbolic value, becomes the Horcrux, a vessel containing a living fragment of the Creator's soul. The process is said to be excruciating beyond normal human tolerance, a pain that transcends the physical and manifests as a spiritual agony so profound that many magical theorists believe it contributes to the psychological deterioration observed in those who create Horcruxes. This pain represents the unnatural separation of what should remain whole, the magical equivalent of amputating a limb without anesthesia, while remaining fully conscious of every aspect of the procedure. The preparation of the receptacle adds another layer of dark complexity to the process. The object must be magically primed to receive and contain a soul fragment, no simple enchantment given that souls naturally resist external containment. This preparation typically involves complex runic sequences, extended ritual components, and the incorporation of substances with particular magical properties related to preservation and binding. While the specific details have been expunged from official magical records, allusions in surviving texts suggest ingredients and components that would themselves be classified as highly restricted or outright forbidden. Perhaps the most insidious aspect of Horcrux creation is that each successful attempt makes subsequent divisions easier, creating a terrible progression toward complete spiritual disintegration. The first division, splitting the soul into two parts, requires enormous magical power and willpower to survive. However, once this initial barrier is breached, the damaged soul becomes increasingly unstable, making further fractures less magically demanding, though no less morally catastrophic. This diminishing magical resistance explains how Lord Voldemort was able to create an unprecedented 6 Horcruxes, dividing his soul into 7 parts, the 7th remaining in his body. Each division further diminished his humanity, gradually transforming him physically as his spiritual essence became increasingly fragmented. The snake-like appearance he displayed after his resurrection was not merely a stylistic choice, but a physical manifestation of his soul's unnatural state, the outer form reflecting the inner corruption. The effects of creating even a single Horcrux extend far beyond the immediate goal of immortality. Historical accounts of the few confirmed Horcrux creators before Voldemort document profound psychological changes, increasing paranoia, diminished capacity for empathy, and an intensifying obsession with power and self-preservation. These are not merely personality changes, but fundamental alterations to the magical consciousness, as the fragmented soul no longer processes experiences or emotions as a whole entity would. Magically, Horcrux creation also appears to corrupt the wizard's relationship with their own powers. While it does not necessarily diminish magical ability, indeed, Voldemort remained extraordinarily powerful despite multiple soul divisions. It seems to narrow the magical affinity toward darker, more destructive applications. The subtle, beautiful aspects of magic, healing, creation, connection, become increasingly difficult to access or appreciate, while magic centered on dominance and destruction flows more readily. The objects chosen as Horcruxes typically hold significant meaning for the creator, often representing defining moments or aspects of their identity. This psychological connection appears to strengthen the magical bond between soul fragment and vessel. In Voldemort's case, his selections revealed his obsessions: Hogwarts, the diary, the diadem, the cup; his ancestry, the ring, the locket; and his vision of himself as the heir to Slytherin's legacy, Nagini. Each choice reflected not just strategic thinking about hiding places, but deep psychological attachments for a man who claimed to be beyond such human sentiments. Once created, a Horcrux possesses certain consistent magical properties, regardless of its external form. Most notably, it demonstrates a form of semi-sentience, not full consciousness as we understand it, but an awareness and self-preservation instinct derived from the soul fragment within. This manifestation of will varies in its expression, from the subtle psychological influence observed in those who carried Slytherin's locket to the more direct possession capability demonstrated by Riddle's diary. Horcruxes also exhibit extraordinary durability, resisting most conventional forms of magical and physical damage. This resistance stems not from standard protective enchantments, though these are typically added as additional security, but from the fundamental nature of soul magic itself. The soul fragment imbues the object with a form of life that actively resists destruction, requiring methods that cause damage beyond magical repair, hence the effectiveness of basilisk venom, fiendfire, and other rare destructive forces against these otherwise nearly indestructible objects. The magical protection extends beyond mere physical durability. Horcruxes typically evade detection by standard magical means, requiring specialized detection spells or particular magical sensitivity to locate. They often incorporate sophisticated defensive enchantments that activate when threatened, ranging from psychological attacks against those who attempt to destroy them to more direct magical counterattacks. The ring containing the Resurrection Stone, for instance, carried a withering curse that nearly killed Albus Dumbledore despite his extraordinary magical skill and knowledge. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Horcruxes is their potential for influence over those who come into contact with them. The soul fragment, being an unnaturally separated portion of a magical consciousness, seems to retain something of its creator's personality and intent. This influence manifests most strongly when the Horcrux can establish continuous contact with another person, gradually affecting their emotional state and even their thinking patterns, subtly at first, then with increasing strength as the connection deepens. The Diary of Tom Riddle demonstrated the most advanced form of this influence, having been specifically enchanted to facilitate possession rather than serve merely as a soul container. However, even Horcruxes without this explicit purpose showed the capacity to affect their surroundings, the locket inducing heightened negative emotions, the ring tempting Dumbledore with its connection to the Resurrection Stone. This suggests that the soul fragment retains not just life but purpose, continuing to pursue the goals and desires of its creator, even while separated from the main consciousness. The destruction of a Horcrux produces effects that further illuminate their unnatural nature. When damaged beyond magical repair, the soul fragment does not return to its creator or pass on to whatever realm awaits ordinary souls after death. Instead, it appears to simply cease existence, not truly dying, as it was never truly living in the conventional sense, but ending in a way that magical theorists still struggle to fully understand. This annihilation produces distinctive manifestations, piercing screams, dark fluid resembling blood, and atmospheric disturbances that reflect the violent unmaking of something that defied natural magical order. For the creator, the destruction of a Horcrux does not cause direct physical pain or awareness in most cases, though Voldemort appeared to grow increasingly unstable as his soul anchors were systematically eliminated. This suggests that while the connection between the main consciousness and its fragments is not continuously active, some fundamental link remains, perhaps explaining why particularly sensitive wizards, like Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore, could sometimes sense the presence of these dark objects. The quest to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes revealed several methods capable of overcoming their formidable defenses. Basilisk venom proved effective due to its extraordinary magical potency, one of the few substances capable of causing damage that magic cannot heal. The Sword of Gryffindor, having imbibed this venom, acquired the same destructive capability. Fiendfire, while dangerously difficult to control, demonstrated similar effectiveness through its ability to consume magic itself, rather than merely burning physical matter. The common element among these methods appears to be their ability to cause destruction on a magical level that transcends conventional damage. The creation of a living Horcrux, as Voldemort did with Nagini, represents a particularly complex variation of the standard process. Living beings already contain souls of their own, creating a magical environment significantly different from inanimate objects. The incorporation of a human soul fragment into another living creature appears to create a symbiotic relationship, with the host gaining certain attributes from the fragment while also influencing its expression. Nagini displayed intelligence and loyalty far beyond normal serpent capacity, while the fragment likely gained mobility and defensive capabilities beyond what an object could provide. Perhaps the most exceptional case in all Horcrux history was the unintentional creation of Harry Potter as a vessel for a soul fragment. Unlike Voldemort's other Horcruxes, this occurred without the preparatory enchantments or conscious intent that normally accompany the process. The unprecedented situation, a killing curse rebounding upon its caster, whose soul was already unstable from multiple previous divisions, created conditions that magical theory had never contemplated. The result was a connection unique in magical history. A living Horcrux who retained his own complete soul and identity while hosting a fragment of another. As we conclude this somber exploration, with our fire now reduced to the faintest glow and the shadows deep around us, it seems appropriate to reflect on the terrible warning that Horcruxes represent. In seeking to overcome death, the natural transition that gives meaning to life itself, Voldemort and those like him achieved a form of existence that was ultimately less than living. Their pursuit of immortality at any cost led not to eternal life, but to a diminished half-life, severed from the very human connections and experiences that make existence worthwhile. If you could achieve extraordinary longevity, but at the cost of losing something essential to your humanity, what price would be too high to pay? And what aspects of your true self would you never surrender, even for the promise of centuries? Chapter 12. The French Ministry of Magic. Our candle has nearly burned its last, the room now draped in velvet darkness save for its faint golden glow. As we conclude our journey tonight, let us cross the English Channel to explore the elegant and ancient institution that governs magical affairs in France, the Ministère des Affaires Magiques, or as British wizards know it, the French Ministry of Magic. Housed beneath the sprawling gardens of Versailles rather than beneath the streets of Paris, as many might expect, the French ministry represents one of the oldest continuous magical governments in Europe. Its foundation dates to 1407, preceding its British counterpart by nearly 3 centuries, a fact that French magical officials rarely miss an opportunity to mention when engaged in diplomatic discussions with their London colleagues. The decision to establish the ministry beneath Versailles came much later, of course, as the palace itself wasn't constructed until the 17th century. Prior to this, the French magical government operated from a series of enchanted chateaux throughout the countryside, moving periodically to avoid detection during particularly intense periods of Muggle witch hunting. When Louis XIV began construction of Versailles in 1661, the French magical community recognized an unprecedented opportunity, the chance to establish a permanent seat of government beneath a location that would remain significant and well protected in the Muggle world for centuries to come. The architectural marvel, that is the underground French ministry complex, reflects the aesthetic sensibilities of magical France at its height. Unlike the somewhat cluttered and pragmatic design of Britain's ministry, the French magical headquarters embraces an ethereal elegance, soaring ceilings enchanted to display not the weather, which would be pointless underground, but rather famous scenes from French magical history, rendered in the style of moving Renaissance frescoes. Delicate enchanted fountains line the main concourse, their waters flowing in complex patterns that subtly shift to indicate the time of day. The organization of the French ministry differs from its British counterpart in several fundamental ways, reflecting deeper philosophical differences about the relationship between magical government and the citizenry it serves. Where the British ministry evolved as a somewhat centralized authority, The French system developed a more distributed approach to governance, with significant autonomy granted to regional magical prefectures. At the head of the French ministry sits not a minister but a magical council known as the Assemblée des Sages, the Assembly of the Wise. This group of 13 senior witches and wizards, elected to 7-year terms by the general magical population, makes decisions through consensus rather than hierarchical authority. The primus inter pares who chairs this council holds the title of Premier Sage, First Sage, but serves primarily as a facilitator and public representative rather than an independent executive, like the British Minister for Magic. This collegiate approach to leadership emerged from the tumultuous period following the French Revolution, when the magical community experienced its own parallel political upheaval. The previous system of hereditary magical governance, in which ancient pureblood families controlled virtually all aspects of magical society, collapsed under pressure from reform-minded wizards, many of whom had embraced the revolutionary ideals of their Muggle counterparts. Despite the statute of secrecy that officially separated the two worlds, the departments within the French ministry reflect national priorities that sometimes differ markedly from British concerns. The largest department by far is the Division du Patrimoine Magique, the Division of Magical Heritage, which employs hundreds of witches and wizards dedicated to preserving and protecting the magical landmarks, artifacts, and traditions of France. This department maintains everything from the enchanted fountains of Burgundy, which flow with actual wine during the annual Bacchanal celebrations, to the prehistoric magical cave paintings in the Pyrenees that still shift and move after 15,000 years. Magical education falls under the authority of the Département de l'Instruction Magique, which oversees not only Beauxbatons Academy, but also a network of smaller specialized magical schools throughout France. Unlike Britain, which consolidated virtually all formal magical education at Hogwarts, the French system encourages specialized training after students complete their basic education at Beauxbatons. These smaller academies focus on specific branches of magic. There is a renowned institution for alchemy in Lyon, an academy for magical architecture in Marseille, and a prestigious enchanting school in the Loire Valley, among others. Perhaps the most distinctive department in the French ministry is the Bureau de la Harmonie Magique, the Office of Magical Harmony, which focuses on maintaining balanced relationships between the various magical beings and creatures of France. This approach differs significantly from the somewhat hierarchical attitude sometimes displayed by the British Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The French philosophy emphasizes negotiation and mutual accommodation rather than regulation and control, leading to notably different outcomes in creature relations. This philosophical difference is particularly evident in the French approach to villa communities, which have historically found greater acceptance in France than in many other magical nations. Several forested regions in southern France maintain autonomous villa enclaves that operate under their own governance, while maintaining diplomatic relations with the ministry. These relationships have occasionally created tension during international magical events, as when a delegation of part villa from these communities accompanied the Beauxbatons students to Hogwarts for the Triwizard Tournament, displaying abilities and appearances that some British wizards found disconcerting. The French approach to magical law enforcement reflects a similarly distinct philosophy. The Magistrature Magique combines the roles of law enforcement and judiciary, with officers trained both as duelists and as adjudicators. These witch and wizard magistrates travel throughout the country, investigating magical infractions and rendering judgments on the spot for minor offenses. More serious cases are referred to the Tribunal Suprême in Versailles, where a panel of senior magistrates considers the evidence in chambers enchanted to detect deception and reveal hidden truths. The French system of magical incarceration differs significantly from Britain's reliance on Azkaban and its dementors, a practice French magical officials have long criticized as both inhumane and dangerously unstable. Instead, serious magical criminals in France face confinement in Les Oubliettes, a series of enchanted chambers deep beneath Mont Saint-Michel. These cells don't require dementors to contain their occupants. Instead, they employ ancient enchantments that create a kind of temporal stasis. Prisoners experience their sentences as mere moments, regardless of the actual time passed, emerging unchanged by the years spent in confinement. This system, while considered more humane by many, raises its own ethical questions about the nature of punishment and redemption. International cooperation has always been a priority for the French ministry, which maintains extensive diplomatic relations with magical governments worldwide. The Department of International Magical Cooperation occupies one of the most beautiful sections of the underground complex, with reception halls designed to impress foreign dignitaries and negotiation chambers enchanted to facilitate understanding across language barriers. The French ministry played a crucial role in establishing the International Confederation of Wizards, and continues to advocate for greater, global magical integration, sometimes putting it at odds with more isolationist magical governments. During both wizarding wars against Voldemort, the French magical government maintained a position of supportive non-intervention, providing sanctuary to British refugees and sharing intelligence, but stopping short of committing their own magical law enforcement resources to the conflict. This position reflected both practical concerns about leaving France vulnerable while deploying forces abroad, and philosophical reservations about interfering in what many French officials viewed as internal British affairs, resulting from long-standing problems in British magical governance and social structures. This relatively detached stance created some tension with the British ministry, particularly during the Second Wizarding War, when Voldemort's influence threatened to spread beyond Britain's borders. After the fall of the British ministry to Death Eater control, the French implemented stringent magical border protections and increased their cooperation with other European magical governments to present a united continental front against potential expansion of Voldemort's regime. In the decades since Voldemort's defeat, relations between the French and British ministries have warmed considerably, with increased cooperation on issues ranging from magical trade to the standardization of cauldron thickness regulations, the latter being a particular passion of Percy Weasley during his tenure in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Cultural exchange programs now regularly bring promising young witches and wizards from Beauxbatons to work briefly in British ministry departments, while Hogwarts graduates occasionally have the opportunity to study at France's specialized magical academies. The relationship between the French ministry and Beauxbatons Academy bears mentioning, as it differs somewhat from the Hogwarts ministry dynamic in Britain. While Hogwarts maintained considerable independence, sometimes becoming a center of resistance to ministry overreach, Beauxbatons has historically enjoyed a more collaborative relationship with its governing ministry. This closer alignment stems partly from philosophical agreement about educational approaches, and partly from the fact that many members of the Assemblée des Sages served as professors at Beauxbatons before entering government service, creating natural pathways for cooperation. Beauxbatons itself, located in the picturesque Pyrenees Mountains, operates under the leadership of a headmistress or headmaster, who holds an ex officio seat on the Educational Committee of the French Ministry. This arrangement ensures that educational policies reflect current classroom realities, while giving the school a voice in national magical governance. Olympie Maxime, as headmistress during the Triwizard Tournament period, was known to use this influence effectively, advocating for international educational cooperation, even before the tournament provided a formal structure for such exchanges. The French ministry's approach to the Statute of Secrecy deserves special attention, as it reflects uniquely French sensibilities about the relationship between magical and non-magical worlds, while maintaining the fundamental separation required by international magical law. French policy allows for greater integration in certain cultural domains, particularly those involving cuisine, art, and fashion. Select French Muggle artisans and chefs may be granted limited knowledge of magical ingredients or techniques if they demonstrate exceptional talent and discretion, leading to collaborations that enrich both worlds while carefully preserving broader secrecy. This nuanced approach to the statute has produced some remarkable cultural achievements. From enchanted fashion collections shown only to select audiences, to legendary restaurants with hidden magical menus, available only to those who know the proper phrases to whisper to the maitre d'. These controlled points of contact between worlds represent a distinctly French solution to the isolation that sometimes troubles magical communities, finding safe spaces for connection and exchange while maintaining necessary boundaries. As we conclude our journey through the elegant chambers and sophisticated structures of the French Ministry of Magic, the candle on our table flickers its last. The French magical approach, emphasizing beauty alongside function, tradition alongside innovation, and diplomacy alongside strength, offers an illuminating contrast to the British system more commonly depicted in wizarding histories. Like variations in wand lore or potion recipes, these different approaches to magical governance remind us that the wizarding world, like our own, finds strength in diversity of thought and practice. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might consider, if you were to design a system of magical governance from first principles, which elements from various magical traditions would you incorporate, and what entirely new approaches might you introduce to address the unique challenges of managing a society where the impossible is merely Tuesday's homework assignment?